Hello, 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 hello. Hello, Leah, how you doing? It's good to hear you're doing good. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. But yeah, today, we'll be continuing Alpha Good indeed. That is only a little bit over odds. But yep, indeed. Today's goal is indeed, as I said plenty of times, to be hitting 1000 overodds indeed. Which is doable. And quite likely to be done as well, I would like to say indeed. We'll see of course, but quite likely indeed. Let's switch to that then. $3K indeed. So 3048 would be 1000 overalls, and that's today's goal to be hitting, if it is of course necessary as usual. So you never know, you never know. be getting going soon. I will say one thing though that is quite nice about the Galar things on Pokemon Go, that actually the models look good. I love how the models look. Scorbunny is like a little weird on the shading, but apart from that, like very good, very nice. The Scorbunny would like to be getting captured, I could be starting. Here we go. Nice. The only one of the starters that I'm missing is Crookie. And of course enough candy to be evolving them. There we go. Nice indeed. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. If you're on my Discord, you already know that my day didn't start too great per se. At least, you know, in the sense of technology being mean. Yeah, unfortunately my keyboard refuses to be working. Kind of. It is and it isn't working at the same time. So we started off today with an alpha Voltorb. Cool. My computer is kind of understanding it, the lights are kind of there, but I can be pressing any buttons. The only thing that I can do is that I can be changing my sound setting with the wheel. Which I find super strange. And the funny thing is that it worked for like few minutes and then it decided, like, I got it fixed. It worked for like 2 minutes and then it broke again. I don't know what's going on, so I'll be figuring that out later. I would like to say that the next time that I'm gonna be streaming it is working. Well, a little bit of an interesting things going on today indeed. Because I decided to be seeing if it wants to be working all of a sudden, then, you know, it's plugged in on my table still, so I have 2 keyboards on my table, so I don't have too much room. I guess since you're leaving. We'll see. It's not that big of a deal. Thankfully we have indeed spare keyboards, but I would have liked to be making it work. Unfortunately this is not the first time, but on the first time it was the problem that the lights themselves didn't work, and that was an easy fix. Like the keyboard itself was working otherwise, but it just was the problem that the lights didn't work. I would like to say that the probably is gonna be fixed by reinstalling the program. It usually helps. I just couldn't be bothering this morning to be doing so. I would like to say that it's not that big of a deal. Somehow we can be making it work. Don't know what caused it, because it worked quite fine last night, and today plugged it, put up the computer and not there. Well, yeah. It's fine. Thankfully, I don't need my keyboard for too many things right now, so I'm fine with it. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. Well, quite a good day, honestly, myself. Even though the keyboard is mean. But I don't know why, but this morning was like from a long time ago, like a morning that I don't feel sleepy when I wake up. So that's nice. I don't remember indeed when it was the last time that that has happened to me, but you know, it happens. Unfortunately, for who knows what reason, there has been potentially like a bunch of renovation works done upstairs or somewhere. But I mean, that's fine. It doesn't really bother me. I was able to sleep through it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but certainly something. Interesting going to be seeing, do I have any massive mass outbreak luck today? Because it wasn't there. Jeez, last time. Indeed. So many massive mass outbreaks, but none of them did give me anything. All of them were found randomly. But, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you have quieter days, sometimes you have busier days in the facing indeed. But yeah. Doobie what it doobie. Let's see who there is to be. Looking of Gudra. Ligar. Interesting. Also, I don't remember who it was, but I did check out, like, since I do be updating, you know, files of the faces. I was like, oh, no, I don't know. I don't remember which Pokemon it was, but some Pokemon did reach again. Another Pokemon reached 10 pound during this. I don't remember was it last time or the time before that. And it was kind of a surprise for me that it was the case. So I didn't think that I have that many of that. Skipping out on that one there. Oh, it was Stunky! Stunky was the one that I was surprised that did get there. It was last time then. Let's check out. Parasect is at 8. Hunter is at 8. Poldark is at 7. Magikarp is at 6. Clefairy, Graveler both at 6. Toxicroak at 8. Shinx and Rhyhorn at 6. Yanma at 7. Mothim, Geodude at 6. Ghastly at 7. Golbat on 8. Bronzor on 8. And Luxio on 8. Our Hippopotas is also 7. That's all the ones that are above 5 currently. So, you know, not that many, but wasn't expecting it to be like that anyways. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like an alpha today. I said it a bunch of times and it has not happened. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's shiny, but there has been already like few alphas that aren't normally there. So yeah. It to be the case indeed. Maybe it's just that there's a bunch of alphas today, or it's that there is gonna be a shiny alpha. Either is a possibility indeed. Still kind of waiting on a matchup to be appearing. Be greenish. That would be kind of nice. That's a croak. Oh, hell, it was too bad. Well, there is alphas indeed that are normally not there. No pink there this time. It'll be interesting to know that is someone actually renovating upstairs, or are they just, you know, putting furniture together? Well, anyways, I hope that they are gonna be stopping soon-ish. They've been going for it for like 6 or so hours? No, 5, closely. Did 6 hours. It's like an hour from now. It's not like it's that big of a deal, but I mean, I'm the type of person that, you know, everything that is noisy, I want to be doing like at one go, not take breaks. You know, using a vacuum cleaner. I want to be doing everything at once, so I don't need to be doing it too many times. Unfortunately, since how the layout of the apartment is, we need to be unblocking it most likely twice if we want to be doing the entire apartment. So that is what it is, but I still want to be doing them like back to back, basically. And I usually like to be using vacuum cleaner and stuff over the weekend. Because I don't mind being more noisy on the weekend compared to weekdays, because more people are gonna be working during the weekdays, so, you know, if they want to be sleeping, they can. And to be fair, it's quite normal in here, at least, that, you know, people are anyways more noisy over the weekend. Even if you wouldn't be having like school or work like that. It's quite often the case anyways. Also, by the way, I did see again like a kind of weird dream about the Alpha Qdra that for some reason I was going into the Crimson Mirelands. I don't know why, but I was. And I found like two random shinies right next to each other. That is, those two specific shinies are impossible to be finding right next to each other in that area because both of them don't even exist in that area. It was a Starly and a Zubat. And then like I found like 4 shiny Sligoos all like grouped together. And I was like, huh? And I was still like super confused, like what was that dream? I don't know, it happens. Happens indeed. It could be possible to be finding a bunch of shiny Sligoos. Always a possibility indeed. But for in the same area is quite unlikely. At the same time, considering that the odds are like 1 in 2k or so. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't perfected it. Still always impressed when people are willing to be perfecting the entire decks. I mean, as I said, I'm working on it on my own, like little by little, but it's not like I'm gonna be shiny hunting on that file that much. It's more of doing it just so, you know, have something of a completionist call to be doing whenever I want, indeed. But I will say that I would probably be getting bored of it if I would be try to be doing it all in one go. Or like more on like one go. Because what I remember, like how much because I haven't indeed been working on it in quite some time. I used to do like maybe 2-3 hours in a row, and that was kind of the max. I mean, I'm currently, I think, still working on the legendaries. So, you know, they are kind of forced that you need to be straight away just using moves, and as I said, I find it very boring. You know, go to a outbreak, destroy Pokemons with the same move a bunch of times. Reload. If it's the case that it's like a dude that we want to be using self-destruct on, then go heal like after every 2. Because you're too lazy to be buying the healing items. Which I kind of am. Scarlet and Violet are one of the only exceptions in a game that, you know, I can be taking a lot of damage with my Pokemons. Because it's just so easy, you just find them so much just laying on the ground. Which is very nice, and also the auto heal is super duper nice. Is it a little strange? Yeah, but you know, I like it. There's 3 alphas right next to each other again. Rude. You were done with your yelling as well, and then you knocked me down. Rude. What are you? It do be what it do be. And I suppose the thing is in Legends Arceus as well, since the maps are nice and small, it doesn't really bother me to be going to the camp because you can so easily just be getting back. Do you know where you are? Because it's just the map is so small and the like movement is quite fast because of that. At least movement feels fast. It's not necessarily fast, but feels fast. Here we go. And I suppose I've always kind of been the type of person that I can't personally be bothered to be healing my Pokemons like power points. I don't know why. There's few situations where I do that, but quite often I just don't. I really just be going straight away to be healing, to be getting them back indeed. Also, fun thing about the keyboard, you know, being the way that it is indeed, is that that if I on my other keyboard like put like caps lock on, the other one also like lights up. That's why it's so strange how it is. Because the program that controls, you know, the lights and everything, it detects it, it sees it, and it shows that it's doing something. But the computer itself is not seeing it, kind of. It is there, but it's not like specifically like... You know, if you go to like device manager, you can be seeing like specifically like what brand it is, what specific like product it is. It's like, it's on the list, but it's not like marked down, which is so strange. But then again, am I too surprised that this happens? Not really. Technology be like that sometimes. I don't know what the wizarding my cat has been doing, you know, at night. Because one time it actually was the problem that like I was closing down my computer and cat did press like some sort of a button combination. And that broke for like next day the keyboard. But it was easy fix after that indeed, but it like kind of weirdly like keeps things in memory. Even though it shouldn't. You know, it happens. It's not, as I said, thankfully I don't need my keyboard that much today, so I don't mind it. It is indeed strange to try to be typing with it. Like, it is the same size and everything, but the problem is that like, this keyboard that is my old keyboard, it has like some extra buttons on the side, so I'm like used to it that my keyboard like buttons start where the keyboard like starts, you know, on the edge, instead of like a little bit afterwards. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, indeed, I will be saying that much indeed already, even though I will be saying it once I'm more or less done today. And most likely like during next next week as well, I'll be saying it that week from now, like specifically like next Tuesday indeed. I'm not completely sure will I be streaming or not. I have things that I need to be doing, depends on how long do they take. Do I stream that day or not? I should be able to be done with them, but you never know how long they are actually gonna be taking, you know? But yeah, we'll see. As I said, if I can be streaming on next Tuesday, then, you know, it just means that I'm either gonna be doing this on the Monday or Wednesday. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Colbert. That I probably will be forgetting to be checking. Imagine how silly it would be that if there is in like Legends Arceus there's like code bricks and stuff. What if instead of being like in one very specific area, a bunch of them, what if it would be instead that what if it would be instead that there would be like in that map any like altogether there is like more likelihood of just that Pokemon? What? What's like weird texture happen? What is going on? It's like weird red spot. Like on the back of the keyboard. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sorry about the noises. I mean, I can't be doing anything to them. Not happening in here, and I mean, I'm not doing them, surprisingly. It's just like... Who starts doing, like, renovations and... If it's renovations, I can understand it, but... If it's, like, renovations from, like, the... company itself, they should be informing us, you know, that they might be causing noise. Because it has happened before. So I'm just guessing that it is because of we haven't been getting anything, that it is the it's like someone else is doing it instead. So it just started at 10 in the morning and they've been doing it for like indeed like 5 hours. Not like consistently, like it's just, as I said, it's kind of annoying that it's like on and off. I don't like it. I rather, you know, every like noise ever at the same time or like in succession and then, you know, be done. I like it that way myself indeed. Check out the skull bats. Don't see any green over there. What do you? Hey doopy, what a doopy indeed. Oh, Chansey. How is Egg doing? Egg. It's a little bit out of the way, but I'm willing to be going out of the way when there is an egg. Technically there's 4 eggs. Egg. So there is something like kind of weird going on that I have never noticed, that there is like a white spot like underneath Gibble's like, or like not under but like on the like tail. I've never noticed it. Like there. What is that? I've never noticed it, and I have played this game way too much. And I don't think it's a new thing either. If it's not like like you're reaching into 500 hours in total, that you know the game is starting to be breaking moment. Interesting, but yeah. Discovering new things in games. I don't know, I might have noticed it before, but no. I don't know actually. Have I noticed it before? Interesting. What do you? It's not like in very old games they are still discovering new things. I think I've talked about before that I like those games that are specifically meant to be like tricky games that, you know, there is a bunch of like Easter eggs or secrets anyways to be like be discovered, and some of them take years to be discovered. Like surely it's nice that data mining is a thing and everything, but for that it kind of ruins it. For that it kind of ruins it indeed, but I don't know, I find it so cool. There's few games that are quite popular that do be doing like multiple different endings and everything that you need, everything that you choose to do, they are changing the outcome. And I have always found those cool. And especially if they are more like... Especially if they're more like the kind that you can be... You could be like playing the game and it's not just like you read story and make decisions. Like, I don't mind like those kinds of games. It's just like, for me, game is more interesting if I can personally be like playing it, you know? For me, a game is more interesting if I can indeed be playing it. And it's just not like choose the text. I know that there is a certain charm to them, but I don't know. In that case, I might be just... I might be just be, you know, like not writing, but reading a book. I mean, sure, you might not be able to make the decisions, but I mean, I suppose there's some. I've heard those kinds of books exist, but anyways, interesting. But yeah, like I like stories in games, but if the whole idea of the game is that you're reading text, then I have played few of those kinds of games, but for me it is enough if I can just be if I can just be like moving a little bit when the story is going. I guess for me it's just like if I can like at least be moving, it makes me feel like I'm more in the game than if it's just like read a text. To be fair, I feel like I have never been myself too big of a fan of just reading from like screen, like a bunch of text. Like I have said before that I don't really like when people are doing presentations and then they're just reading what's on the screen. Because it's just like, I mean, it's always the case though, isn't it, that if you're interested in reading something, you don't mind reading it. Because there's those kinds of situations where I actually don't mind reading, you know, things, but I enjoy myself more if it's either narrated or like something like that. There, I don't think I see any green there. Audio. We'll see, we'll see. But I will also say for me, it probably would be feeling strange if in the main series Pokemon games there would be like fully voice acting. It's more because, you know, I'm used to that Pokemon games don't have it. I know that some games have it, some more full than others. And you know, I don't mind it, like, overall, but it's just like, if everything in Pokemon games would be in voice acted, it could be a little bit strange. And I feel like for some things in Pokemon specifically, or any game that is going on for as long as, you know, Pokemon is, there's always the problem that someone is gonna be complaining because the character doesn't sound like what they have imagined it would be. Which is a shame. I understand the complaint, but like, you know, different people have different visions. Still waiting, by the way. Go into one of these one day and Sneasler out of everything decides to be a shiny. It's kind of odd that both spots in here were kind of the same. I wasn't really looking for like gender differences wise, but there was 2 Sneasels and 1 Sneasler on both of them. That's kind of odd. But it happens. Happens indeed. A little bit of a slower first hour, but you know, I was doing a few things before I started, but still, you know, as long as we keep 10, I'm completely happy with it. Because technically, if we are keeping the 10 every single like hour, we are hitting the 1k overalls in a little bit under 5 hours. Yeah. But you know, always the shiny can be ruining things, and that would be a bummer. Would be a bummer indeed. Try and move my little counter thing. I can't. Well, unfortunate. I'll try again when the break hits in indeed in about 10 minutes or so. And I have a little bit more time to be getting it working the way that I would like. I would like to be moving the stream deck indeed a little bit into a better spot. Considering, you know, as I said, how I need to be today because problems. I like to move it a little bit so I could be a little bit more comfortable indeed. More like I don't need to be moving as much. I just thought of something that I, by the way, haven't tried with my... No, it doesn't work. I've talked about that I have a keyboard locker because a certain cat likes to be on my keyboard half of the time. So I need to be having a way to be locking my keyboard so, you know, she doesn't break things. But I was thinking that no, it can't be it. Because if I normally lock my keyboard, I can't even be adjusting my sounds, and as I said, it's still the only thing that I can be adjusting with, or like doing anything with my keyboard currently. Well, as I said, gonna be fixed, but yeah, just like try to be thinking like what could be. If I could be finding like a fix. Unfortunately, I did try to be looking on the internet, and unfortunately I couldn't be finding anyone having the same issue as I was. And some things that I did try to be doing, I can't be fully doing, because some require that you would be needing to physically be seeing the specific, like, thing in the... like in the list of things for your keyboard in the device management or whatever my thing. But as I said, I can't be seeing this specific keyboard there right now, so I can't be really restarting it in there because of that. Like, surely it is on the list, but which one is it? Because normally it has like the specific name of the keyboard and everything. But since it right now doesn't, well, I can't be really doing that. And by the way, I like that I was looking at like how to be fixing this situation where keyboard is not working. Type! Yeah, what if I only have one keyboard? How am I physically able to type if I only have one keyboard? I know that's the reason why you always should be having an extra set of keyboard and a mouse, or a combination of two. Because in the case that, like in this case, that you would need to be having them working, like... But thankfully, for most situations, there is way to be doing things without the keyboard. Which is quite interesting, actually, because for for like some things, like on the old days, it was the case that you always need to be using your keyboard and not mouse. But now it's more going to the way that you would need to be having mouse working, and then you can be getting your keyboard working, which is, in my opinion, the better way to be doing things. But for some old BIOS, they didn't work with keyboard at all, or mouse at all. They worked only with keyboard. And I have used them. They are not too bad to be using. Of course, I like it more when I can be using actually a mouse. It's still a thing that still quite a good amount of places they only allow keyboard in BIOS. I hate them. I like more clickable interface. More for the reason that they are usually a little bit easier to understand, even though I know computers, I have studied computers and everything. But I still find it a little bit better because I'm not the best at configuring like BIOS. I know my like basic things and everything, but it's not my strongest. I'm more on the programming side, but I know how to be, managing them, of course, because it was part of the studies. Hello. EM7 plus old, how are you doing? This might be the last map that I can be checking before we're gonna be getting a break indeed. But yeah, indeed as usual, indeed since an hour has passed. Gonna be getting, as usual, about 3 minutes of an ad break indeed. For what time I'll be stopping the hunting, so in the case I would be fighting a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it. You most likely be able to check this though. Magnus Zone always looks so odd. When it's raining. And unfortunately, most of the time that I will be seeing it is when it's raining. Hippos. Nothing there. Strange. seen you too much today, that's cool. Unfortunately, we have been quite unlucky with the massive mass outbreaks, and they have been quite blocking a certain alpha Gudra, but apart from that, not too bad. I mean, the best that I could have really be doing in this hour is like 15 anyway, so like 12 isn't too bad. Isn't too bad at all. Some days they do be quicker, some days they do be slower. It is just how things are. I'm gonna be soon going back to the village, indeed. Wait there until the break is over as usual. Okay, checking that one spot after this crowbat. Doesn't really look too shiny to me. Why did I come to here? It's either I go to the wrong spot on some other times, or I go wrong spot. It's a wrong spot somehow, or some way or another. But you know it happens indeed. What can one do? There we go. Let's get back to the village indeed. I'm gonna try to figure out my stream to get into a better spot. Okay, I don't think that I can be getting it any better. It seems like there's nothing that I can be getting out there, indeed. It's not that big of a deal, indeed. It would have been just nicer. I guess I did get it a little bit. Oh, wrong way. I did get it a little bit. unleashed. Let's get going then. I see. Yet another massive mass outbreak. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Here we go. Unfortunately, yet another one that is getting rid of Alpha Good Robot happens. Also, I wonder when is the first Delicate gonna be showing up today. I guess that's the second Delectabuzz, I'm assuming. I mean, it could be technically a Delicate, but you know, I'm not gonna be figuring it out. It could be either. Because, as I said before, the first horde can be just the evolution. It's not too likely, but it has happened before. I kind of would be interested in checking, like, a list of Pokemons that can be appearing in here, apart from, like, space-time distortion, to actually see how many am I missing. To be found at least, you know, once. Massive mass outbreaks, I count them to that too, because, you know, they can be having anything, and, you know, they are quite consistent that if they are there, they are there, you know. Because I still know, like, Basculin is one of them that I haven't gotten. But it's so unlikely that I will be even able to be getting them indeed. Would be cool, but quite unlikely. Who is replacing Gudra this time around? Okay. This is Chuai. Definitely. Definitely we're gonna be getting second horde out of that, and I definitely will be checking it out. But it's Star Treks indeed. Oh, there wasn't anything in there. There's some things that I can be like listing for sure that I know that I have missed. Like, not missed, but I don't have yet. Some of them are super rare, like, for me to be seeing because they are not in my usual routes. A Wish Cache, Barboge, and Basculin at least being one of them, few of them. Then there is the Antler, but it's sometimes replaced by a Night Spawn. Some of the alphas that I haven't got regularized. else. And like I said, some of them, and then there's literally only one of them, I think, and it's Miss Majors. I mean, a good as well, of course. But those are the only ones that I don't have anything for. There goes another one. There's another one indeed. It's quite funny like how like the band list is not getting any like bigger because they are getting deleted so quickly most of the time. Oh yeah, hey Doobie, what a Doobie. Always be hoping that one day they will be ending. But I highly doubt it. Oh, I suppose it isn't. I mean, I guess it's like 50-50 then. Oh yeah, I only have 5 of these left, so it's... Yeah, only 2 of them I have regular sized and from during this, and it's these 2. The other 3 I don't. Yes, I haven't gotten so bad yet. I know that there's quite a good amount of like massive mass outbreak ones like Rabbit Ass or Bonus Snow, mostly evolutions for things. If I get them, I get them, but as usual, I'm not gonna really be evolving into them indeed. If they are found indeed. No one but use. One thing that has kind of piqued my interest, like, recently is that I would kind of like to be taking like the in quotes test at how long does it take to be naming like every single Pokemon. The only problem with that is that I probably know most of them, but I just don't know how to type them. Like Pheasantipede, for example. Like, I surely know that it exists, but do I know how to be spelling it is another story. Because, like, that's the problem for me, that I just speak, I don't really think how to write things. If I need to be knowing how to write it, you know what I do? I go into Google, search close enough to it, and then it most likely is, you know, telling me how it is spelled, and I just copy and paste that. It's more of like for Farfetch'd I did it every single time because I know how to type it, but I only, at the same time I can't be bothered with it. And also there is the funny thing that if you transfer Farfetch'd into the... If you transfer Farfetch'd into home, it breaks it, kind of. You can be nicknaming it again. I don't know, have they fixed it or not? But like... it was at least the case that if you would be moving Farfetch to home, you can't be you can't be nicknaming it anymore because it's technically nicknamed. Because I don't remember the fancy word for it, but the dot thing that is in the name, it's different in home and in like Sword and Shield. So it's nicknamed. It's so stupid. Also, home always reminds me spin dust are stuck in PTSP. You ain't moving those spindles up. I mean, to be fair, as I said before a bunch of times, I don't really care that I can be switching Pokemons between games, but if you would like to, you know, be completing like home Pokédex and you don't want to be using Pokemon Go where it's ridiculously hard to be finding spindles because they are like only once every blue moon available, that, you know, PTSP would be a good solution if it would be working. I mean, again, I don't know, has it been fixed, but I highly doubt it. And it's so stupid. Hello, buddy. Again. Any purple with you today? There's a lot of air traffic today. This is the second one I'm hearing in, like, since I've started streaming. Specifically, like, 45 minutes ago was the first one that I did here, or so. I could be having a testing day today. I mean, I don't really care for it, thankfully. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I forgot the Badoo. Too keen to be doing the path. Well, I'll teleport there and check it. Thankfully, it's not that hard to be checking. Like, you know, let them cook so one of them could be shiny. Even though in this situation it doesn't really work because it's not like it gets more well done or anything like Fido would be. There we go. Also, I was surprised because my boyfriend isn't home currently because they are getting a car with his father. You know, you kind of need 2 drivers in order to be getting a car because you need to be driving the first car out and then also the, in quotes, new car. So I'm surprised the cat did took so well. Like, she didn't yell at all. I don't know, was it because she did see me or something, but it doesn't always work too. I mean, of course, I always appreciate when she is not yelling. I could be sleeping, so nice. It has been chilling indeed. Not doing too much. Soon, shiny alpha, ghastly. It'll be kind of funny. I wouldn't mind it, ghastly is indeed my first ever shiny. Be getting it as an alpha indeed. Wouldn't mind it indeed. I don't need it, of course, but you know, cool. I suppose one closer to if I ever want to be doing a shiny alpha living decks in this game. It do be indeed. Don't know if I will, but potential surely do be there. It'll be one of those hunts that if you get too bored that, you know, don't have anything else to be going for, can be always be doing that. If I don't get a shiny in this hour, then I start to question a little bit are shinies even a thing in this game anymore. Also, I did, by the way, be emptying another pasture, so in the case that I would be getting more than 8 shinies today, I have room for them. But by the looks of things, it's not really looking like that so far. I mean, as I said, I don't mind quieter days. It's just strange to be getting 2 quiet days in a row. At least when I'm hunting. A little bit too low for my liking, but worst case scenario I can be getting all up again, which I would need to be doing most likely anyways. It's so likely that I'll be hitting that. The piece of land there will be close to it anyways. Exactly. I wonder, by the way, if I'm counting like all the Glykers that I've been getting as faces from this. I wonder if I ever will be able to be getting some other Pokemon as high as Gligar is, as the number of shinies. I wonder. I mean, surely there is like situations like when I go for the smear goal in Ruins of Alph, then I could be getting like over 20 Nachus. Because it's literally those two Pokemons only. But I don't really know, because I like to indeed be hunting in places that have more than, you know, a few options. I don't know. Maybe there could be at some point. Rifloon is also quite high enough. There is like some Pokemons in this game specifically that are very high. But yeah, I'm not really counting myself to the total, like the special outbreaks for that I've been doing in Scarlet and Violet. The Pikachu. Was there a shiny sound? Rude. I might as well be checking the alpha. I don't think there was. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm not really counting those because they are for my liking too high odds and stuff along those lines. They are special things anyways. And it's the case that I intentionally hunted, you know, more than a few of them. Anyways. I mean, I suppose, like, one that most likely will be going over is Dunsparce. Or the Dunsparce. You know, 3-segmented Dunsparce indeed. I don't really know what else. I think like Gligar is for quite some time gonna be staying as one of my highest Pokemon's number of shiny wise. Even though I will be giving quite a good amount of them away once we do be done with this. Whenever that is. It's quite a good amount of them that I will be giving away because only very few I will be keeping. All the alphas I'll be keeping if I don't find like ridiculous amount of extras for something. And then there is like some special ones like the Magnezone that was flying. All the ones that I have found in the cave where the Crobat is. Those kinds of situations. But mostly, you know, I'll be giving them away for people so they can be enjoying them more than I do. Another bonsai? Bonsai, whatever I'm a thing. A dude. A dude. No. What do you? We'll see. We'll see. Jeez. It's the thing, I still don't like feel sleepy, but yawning. Yawning indeed. Come on, game. I dare you to be giving me a blue Psyduck. It would be quite hilarious to be reaching for his 10 Golducks, though. I mean, it's more likely of the two, at least, from the amount that I have seen to be there, but it would still be quite hilarious. Even though this hour started quite rough there, you know, Gudra not being there, but now it seems to be going quite nicely. Love to see that indeed. I think I have, again, just about enough time to be checking out Mistress and Miss Mages in here. Which is quite nice, indeed. We just barely have enough time, even though there's still like a bunch of time, it's kind of ridiculous. I don't know what I would like to be like today's goal to be hitting. Like, of course I want to be hitting 1k over odds. That is like a minimum goal that I would like to be hitting. As usual, if I don't find it first. But it's kind of hard to be telling from the way that today has been going so far, but 70 seems like possibility to be able to be hitting that many today indeed. seems like that indeed. Oh, Mr. Mime. You could be showing yourself in here. You definitely could. I was kind of thinking, like, what would be the worst case scenario with my keyboard? Is that somehow the motherboard is dying? I suppose that would be the worst case scenario if my motherboard is dying. And the problem is that I can't really be switching it into any other parts. That's kind of an issue. Because first of all it requires two, and that's annoying, and also I have tried it in basically every other place and it doesn't work. I hate when, you know, devices are like that they only work in one spot, but at least sometimes there is a logical explanation. Like it needs either USB 2 or 3. That situation, it's self-explanatory that it needs one or the other. The only problem is that sometimes, indeed, there is like few devices that I said before that if I would be putting them into another slot, I would need to be kind of doing the settings for them again. Which is annoying. But how things work. Also, I don't know why I feel like talking about computer stuff today a bunch. Is that I find it so funny that, as I said, I prefer like using BIOS with mouse instead of keyboard because I find the interface to be better. But I have said it plenty of times, I don't like just moving blocks and coding like that. I hate that. I hate visual coding. I like the old-fashioned writing thing indeed. I mean, it could be again the case that I just haven't found one that would be working for me. That's always a possibility. But yeah, it is what it is. To be fair, I have used few times like those websites that are like building your website for yourself. Like by you moving boxes from place to place, but I don't really mind them because you're just adding text. It's not like I would be coding it, you know. It's just I prefer coding myself instead of moving boxes. And it just could be because just what I'm used to. As I said, if I would be finding a good program, it could be a different story. I remember for something my teacher recommended that I would be using like indeed the kinds of visual coding, but I was like, I rather not. If I can, I will not. I know it would be good to be like learning both of them, but I will say that so many times when I have used like visual coding for mainly databases, like doing connections like visually, they don't ever work. Like I'm doing everything that, you know, the tutorial is saying and it's just not working, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I've had few situations where I would have been need to be using those. I don't really mind them, it's just databases are anyways not my strong suit per se, but I can use them for sure. I don't know how to be using them the best, but you know, I can be doing quite a good amount of basic things. I don't find it to be too hard. It was with coding in general, the situation that I found it in the beginning so hard to remember that in coding most things start like list-wise or something like that. They start from 0 instead of 1. There is some things that you can be putting that, like manually say that they start from 1, but it doesn't work with everything. Also another Eevee that I need to be saying goodbye to. I know so many people would be loving to be seeing them, but I'm not going for them. Going for them indeed. But yeah, it do be what it do be. The way that I see most things is whatever works for you is the way that works for you, indeed. I just remember, like, at the one project, it was the thing that, like, one of our team members wanted to be doing visual coding and, like, rest of us wanted to be doing, like, old school writing code. And we were like, no, we are not gonna be mixing them together. That's not going to be a good idea. I mean, at the time at least, maybe it could be, maybe it has become a better thing, but when we were doing them, it was like, no, it would have been, like, there would have been so much troubleshooting to try to be making them both work together that it wasn't worth it. But I will also say, for me, it's the thing that if I have learned to be doing something, in quotes, the complicated way, it's for me extremely hard to be learning like a simple way of doing it. It do be indeed. Good try is still there. Thank you. Now like 5 shinies from the massive mass outbreak. Would be hilarious. Well, there is the first one. And that is indeed new. Oh, I was still close enough. It's just okay. I did save before it, but I'm gonna save it again. I would like to catch it in an Ultra Ball if I can, but it's a little bit too far away, dude. Could you, like, come back in here? And it's a nice shiny. And you know, first one of the bunch. Both for today and I haven't got a Miss Mages before during this. Please. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, I need to be going ahead and sleeping because too much of a daytime, but was kind of expecting it anyways. Guess I can be checking out, do I get more bronze or sort of bronze songs now then? It would be quite hilarious to be getting now also the alpha one. Imagine that. Well, that's not the right place for you to be. Jeez. Aggressive much. Is a nose past there? Yeah, that's not the usual place for an alpha golem to be. Alright. First face of the day. First face of the day indeed. Let's sleep until nighttime and see if the alpha one also wants to be shiny. Let's do that indeed. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like it. Don't really seem like it indeed, but it's fine. I'm fine with just the regular sized one indeed. Still nice though to be not the alpha clever. No. Terrifying. Let's see, Gudra. How do you be feeling? Also, it doesn't really seem like I will be getting 5 shinies from this massive mass outbreak. One is still pretty good. One is still pretty good indeed. It's a good start. Maybe from now on we'll be rolling with shinies. Went forward indeed. A good massive difference between those two Clefairies. I don't think that I did see any glowing red eyes, which I'm assuming that I should be seeing this far out as well. I don't remember was there anything in here, but I go in here anyways. Ooh, Rodom. Definitely goal at some point to be getting every single Rodom form indeed. You be vibing. Yeah, it do be. As I said, it's kind of like I would like to be getting them specifically in Sword and Shield because, you know, you can be getting like specifically the forms in the wild. You don't need to be using like an item. Of course, I don't mind like if I get them like in a way that I will be changing forms later, but I always be preferring to be finding it specifically in the wild. If it's an opportunity indeed. There they are. Ella kids. There they are. Got one Pokemon indeed. Not the alpha, unfortunately, but hey, still pretty cool find. Still a pretty cool find indeed. Oh! It wasn't full odds, of course, because it wasn't a random one, but it was not at research level 10 at that point. Okay. Good to know. I mean, that I suppose explains why I haven't gotten a Miss Mages yet. Since it has been full odds so far. Would have been kind of cool if it would have been full odds, but I mean, I can't unfortunately really do anything to that and no, keep the shiny. But I wasn't aware that that dude wasn't at research level 10. Well, it's interesting because unfortunately you can't be skipping like that. Even if you would like to. So, immediately getting it then. I mean, I didn't really care. As I said, it would have been kind of cool if it would have been full odds alpha, but I guess I have just not gotten that many mischievous. Not mischievous, Miss Mages. To be fair, if I remember correctly, I usually like to be scaring away Pokemons if they are scared. When you like are close to them. I usually like to be doing that instead, you know, saving resources. But the thing is though, we have gotten already one full odds during this and indeed quite unlikely that we would be getting another one anyways. Be doing like one, maybe two more after this, then we're again gonna be having yet another break in Indeed. Since yet another hour has passed indeed. To be taking breaks. I don't really know why I'm going there. It's not like it matters, to be fair. I can be getting away from in any spot. What are you? It could have been kind of interesting if you could be getting only away from the place if you are in the... Only if you are indeed in the area that you first entered the area with. It surely would be annoying, but it would be kind of making sense. But then again, if the place is kind of secure enough that it has different like camp spots anyways, then why shouldn't it be a thing, you know? It shouldn't be a thing indeed. Mario. We'll see indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I will be doing one more after this or not indeed. It really depends on is there anything going on there or not, but still no mass outbreak or something, because for mass outbreak I don't have enough time indeed, but or other things most likely. We'll see. We'll see indeed. I don't know if I can be doing it fully, but I'll try to be making it at least good before the break hits indeed. I would rather be checking the entire map, but if I can't, I can't, you know. It's not that big of a deal. Let's see. I think I have just about enough time to be checking everything. So I'll do that indeed. Then head back out, maybe head back in. If I want to be trying my luck with the space-time distortion, indeed. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but it is not adding that much more time. It could be just enough. It really depends on what kind of map it is. Sometimes a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower, of course, but yeah. Indeed. Here we go. Here we go, let's head back to the village then, indeed. See what's going on, and I decide based on that, do I want to be staying in the village or do I want to be trying my luck with the space-time distortion, indeed. A pretty good hour, 15 this time. Okay, I'll stay here then. That is quite an easy decision made. I wonder how far in you can be throwing the Pokemon in there. Not really what I wanted, but sure. Let's try a Pokemon with a smaller hitbox. Like somewhere up there. Is that too far? It's too far. That is also too far. So you can't be throwing them that far in, I see. Well, that's surely something. Let's get going then, indeed. We start this hour the same we did last hour without seeing a good try. See, I see how things are, game. Oh, joy. Oh yeah, there's a mass outbreak. Was there anything up there? No, thankfully. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad to be getting there anyways, if there would be, and I noticed it now. So... thankfully I don't need to be going back. Like all are. Myanmar. Oh, Gen 2 Pokemons that did get an evolution on Gen 4. Struggling with numbers. Still nothing in there, I think. Let's struggle a bunch. Let's cycle to every single one of them that is strong. I mean, I didn't go to Ursaluna, I don't think, but... today seems to not be my day. When it comes down to try to be playing this game optimally, but I don't care. As long as I'm enjoying the game, I don't care how optimally I'm playing it indeed. There might be some games that I do it more than others, but I want to, if I want to optimize a game, I still want to be doing it in the realm that I enjoy the game, you know? Because sometimes when you optimize too much in games, it for me makes it that I don't enjoy it as much. It is partially because indeed I like to be games that I'm actually playing, as I said before today. Ugh. Alpha 1 even. Ugh. Okay. What are you? Like, sure, like, there is things in games that I don't mind, like, making, you know, automatic and everything, but... they don't need to be the best things ever for me. First of all, either a computer or a server needs to be quite good for them to be working optimally indeed. Hello, Alpha, I like the wire. There's one more after this one and then it should be done. Rodom. Rodom indeed. Here we go. It takes surprisingly long to be loading in here. Madam. I don't know, for me it's kind of a weird mix of like grinding and like automating things in games. For example, in Minecraft, like there is things that I want to be getting automated, but they don't need to be the best of the best by any means. It's just I like to be like quite optimal with them indeed. Not needing to be the most indeed, but I don't know, still there. You know, honey catering is kind of annoying to be doing yourself, so I'd rather be automating that and stuff. There do be things though that I don't mind doing myself. For example, like one thing that I didn't know that it was actually as much of a problem as it was in Minecraft is raid farms. I didn't know that they were so like ridiculously not really powerful in, because I knew that they were like powerful, but I didn't know that they were powerful in the way that they are possibly like breaking servers and stuff. And I mean, I will say, in my opinion, what is really any use of them anyways? Because I don't really see a reason to be making them, because most of the things that you get from there you can be getting another way. So I don't really see a reason for that. Like, surely it's nice to be getting it in like one place, but not really needed in my opinion indeed. And like, especially if you're like playing regular old survival, I don't know how useful totems of undying are, because I have used them few times, but it was more for the achievement than anything. I know in some situations they are handy, but in most situations, like, I don't really see a reason for them. Honestly. But, of course, each to their own. To be fair, I just don't like to be having too many things on my offhand anyways, because they're just like taking space there. Hello, call me cat, how are you doing? That's good to hear. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Today's quite a nice day indeed. One of the only mornings that I didn't feel sleepy when I woke up. So it's quite a win. My keyboard is not having a good day though. But that's gonna be fixed. Are you waiting to be seeing sparkles for Reggie Eyes? Or are you confident enough that you can be seeing it without them? But yeah, for most things, even though they might be very obvious, I'd rather be waiting until the sparkles kick in. Because I will keep keeping saying that if you're soft trading for something, you do it few hundred, a few thousand times, I will say that you will be noticing the difference. Yeah, fair enough. I just like to do it for making sure. The only one that I didn't really do it for was Dialaga when I did do it in PDSP, or Brilliant Diamond specifically. But it is obvious enough. I don't know how about Palkia, but we'll see when we get there. Yeah, I have heard that Palkia is obvious enough. It is one of those shinies that it is harder to notice though. And I just don't really understand why its shiny is just pink. It's just so disappointing. I mean, is Dialga just like blue? Yeah. But at least it do be changing enough that you can be seeing it from like a mile away. It really depends though, for some like subtle shinies indeed what game you're hunting them in. Some games it's more obvious than others. But yeah, if I'm not sure enough, I'll be waiting. And it's not like that's that much time anyways, you know. I mean, apart from like Dialga Palkia one, I suppose that's the only one that would actually be adding like a ridiculous amount of time. Because the cutscene is quite long. But yeah, for example, when I was hunting for Piplup indeed through the briefcase simulator, then I was always waiting until the sparkles would have been appearing. Because it's just, I mean, over time that's time, but at the same time, I was fine like adding like an extra an hour, maybe two from there. then do like second guess myself. Small time adds up over time. Indeed. I was thinking that I did see something wrong there, but no, it was just a flower nearby. What are you? Hey, Doobie, what a Doobie. Dude wanted to be spawning in quickly. That's also another Alpha Gengar. Interesting. Interesting. The Gasteliner has been one to be bunch like be a bunch of alphas in the today. No blue, yeah, mom. So once I check those, then I go back. Yeah, well, happens. You know, you go into a place and then you forgot why did you go there in the first place. I've been having so many times the situation that, you know, you are walking to the fridge and you forget what you need to be getting from the fridge. But it happens. Then you remember it like 5 hours later what you need to be doing, and then you're like, I can't be bothered anymore. Ooh, shiny gray is a very nice one. And the only shiny that I've been able to get today so far indeed is a Miss Mages that they put a Miss Mages to research level 10, so far I, like before that point I was doing the alpha Miss Mages full odds, which I was kind of shocked by, but happens. Yeah, have a great rest of the day and thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it indeed. I love when I'm that quick with menus. They show up and then disappear immediately because I'm smashing buttons. Happens. Too fast. Is that an alpha or is it just a bigger one? Just a bigger one. Yep. But yeah. What it do be? I don't have that already. 'Cause why not? Could you imagine if every single generation would have been introducing a baby Pokemon? I talked about it yesterday, how like some generations are like having immediately like previous generation connection to a Pokemon with the pre-evolution or evolution. But if every single generation would be like that. Nope. Ground. Terrifying. I mean, it is a ground type. Gonna check one thing out before I go for another one. Okay. Let's get going indeed. Nice. There we go. Hello, Miss Mages. Still no for a good ride indeed. Oh, mistress was doing a few things indeed. Will I be getting mistress then? Miss Majors was already found in that same spot actually, but of course from a massive mass outbreak instead, since there isn't a mass outbreak for them. As far as I'm aware of. Rotom, yet another US Alpha. That's like, I don't know, number 5 for today. It's been a ridiculous amount of them indeed. It's insane. What happens? You know? What can one do indeed if they want to be there? I ain't complaining too much. Doesn't seem too pink to me. I'm still kind of waiting for the shiny gates to be opening for me today. Or will it just be that one Miss Majors? I highly doubt it, but yeah. If it is, then you know, it's still a nice face. It's the first one of the kind, so... You know, that's nice for that, but it's just interesting. I mean, at least it was from a massive mass outbreak, so... Yeah. That kind of checks out indeed. It seems like my random encounter log is going away a little bit. Which could mean that I'm getting a random encounter on another game. Or as random as, you know, Legends Arceus can be, of course, because some of them are guaranteed to be in certain spots if there isn't like a massive mass outbreak or a weather condition or time of day is incorrect, but yeah. But you know, they are still technically random. It's still like everything. I think every single... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that every single random encounter in Legend Arceus is available to be shiny. Like, without doing like resetting and such. I'm pretty sure. Because every single one that is shiny logged that I'm aware of are the ones that are somewhat related to the story. And you know, they make sense that they would be logged anyways. But yeah. I'm pretty sure that every single random wild encounter is available as shiny. Because there's a weird thing with Scarlet and Violet that some of them are like guaranteed spawns, some of them are guaranteed spawns, but you can be doing soft resets for them. Like the Terra Pokemon, for example. Which is a little interesting, but at least it's there. I mean, I know that there is some Pokemons that you can technically be resetting for and, you know, see a bunch of times, but they can never be shiny. But, you know, it is what it is. Some shiny logs, they make sense, some not so much. Also, it's interesting going to be seeing is the catching tutorial from now on going to be done by the player or like by someone guiding you, or is it gonna be reverting back to like regular old catching tutorials? Because I like more the idea that you can be catching the Pokemon. And like most of the time it doesn't really make too much sense that whoever is giving you the catching tutorial is catching the Pokemon. You know, why would Leon be needing a Pokemon? Why would the professor in like so many games be needing it? There's some situations where I understand it, like if, for example, your rival would be using it and the rival is giving you the catching tutorial, or I don't know, a random dude wanting to be catching a Weedle. Just because. There we go. Yeah. It would be kind of nice indeed that if someone would be just giving you instructions, but you could be doing the catching part yourself. Or in the case in Scarlet and Violet, you can either catch it or destroy it. Either way works. And it's quite funny if you do be KOing it. The text. It do be indeed, but I love it. But anyways, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something indeed. But indeed, remember always, progress is progress. No matter what. Just do the amount that you can and then continue later, because most of the time indeed you can be hunting things at any point indeed. You looked odd because I only really did see the wings there, so I was like, wait, that Golbat is purple? It's kind of the problem when like it is kind of like sideways and in a place that you can't really be seeing it too well. I was just seeing the wings and I was, wait a second, since when there can be a Crobat there? Because I was more curious, like, have I missed it that there could be a Crobat there? But I'm pretty sure that there is only 2 locations randomly that a Crobat can be appearing. I could be wrong, but I don't really remember anything else. Cat was destroying, in quotes, the rug. I know. Haven't gotten enough attention today. I've been in the balcony a lot today, indeed, so... Not really there. Also, hello, Alpha Pseudo-Wudo. How are you doing? Nice to see you in here. Very nice indeed. Oh, that's a nice dive you did there, Golbat. But to be checking what's over there, but the Golbat itself decides to be showing itself up, you know. Instead of be doing that, indeed. Again, thought I heard a sparkle sound, but no, there's not a shiny there. And I suppose if it's the Paras, then it's not that big of a deal. I have a few of them. I feel like I should be able to notice it. Also, I'm just gonna go ahead and double check it because the only one that I'm not completely sure of and stuff along those lines, but it could be just that another sound was again sounding familiar. Thankfully the spawns, they do be staying the same indeed. Here we go. Get out of here. There we go. Ooh, hold on. I feel like the game really wants me to be getting a shiny Alpha Gengar. The amount of Alpha Hunters. It will be kind of crazy. I mean, there has been also Ghastlies a lot. There has been a bunch of Ghost Alphas today. There's been the Rotoms, there has been Mismages, Mischievous. It's been Haunter and Gengar as well in the mass outbreaks and Ghastly. There's been a bunch of them. Big Stunky. Big Stunky. wouldn't mind if it would be shiny, big chunky. I don't need it, but you know, it would be kind of a cool one to be seeing indeed. So that is a very nice magic trick game. You just turn the camera and the Golbat turns into a Stantler. Definitely not because, you know, time of day changes or anything. It's just magic, you know. It's actually a Nicho that didn't even exist in this game. Massive mass outbreak, unfortunately, and do be getting rid of Gudra this time around. We're at 12 so far? I didn't even realize that we were that far in. Yeah, because 27 was last time, last hour mark. And now we're 12 right now. I should be able to get like 1 or 2 more checks if I don't get you unlucky with massive mass outbreaks though. We'll see, we'll see. You again. Oh, I like it. I mean, hippos aren't that much better, but at least it's not delicate. Imagine there wasn't an alpha Gengar. Oh no. Anyway. What a horrifying experience indeed. Okay, that's just there. What is it then? Interesting. An Alpha Gligar. I don't need another one of those shiny, but it would be one of the only ones that would be actually... Alright, would be at least considering it to be... tradable indeed. Just alphas, even though they... Hello. How are you? Gibble. Another massive mass outbreak one. So today seems to be the day of massive mass outbreaks. This should be enough to be. Yeah. That was an interesting. Bonk. Nice. Another Gibble. Gibble. Alphas are the kind of special, even though they would be massive mass outbreaks, but... And again, it's not like I do too much with too many of them anyways. To be fair, most of my shinies are indeed just in boxes. So I don't do too much with any of my shinies, but... it's still there, you know? I can look at them if I want to. Don't you just want to be looking at the pretty little pogs indeed, especially in this, or pasture in this game. Especially in this game where you can actually be seeing like if they're shiny or not. It's so nice. And honestly, it should have been also in Scarlet and Violet. I don't fully understand why the small icon couldn't be like shiny. It's just like it would be so much nicer. Don't fully understand. Yeah. More. But anyways, it do be what it do be. It's just that one that I can be turning around. But you know. What do you? Oh. Apple. Nice. Already have a shiny Rotom during this, but I surely don't mind another one. I'm most likely gonna be going into battle with you because you are aggressive. Yeah. Not too surprised about that fact indeed. Wrong one. Where did the shiny one run off to? Oh, there. Jeez, did you go far away? There you go. Nice. Rude. Well, welcome back. Oh, come on, Rotom. I know you have a terrible catch rate. Paralyzing. Rude. And Thunderbolt. How dare you? Oh, come on. Nah. I am not gonna be doing anything like status conditions to them. Just try to capture them. Also, I don't really have a parasect that I could be using. Oh, come on. Yeah, I could, but I can't be bothered with it. I've never really been bothering with the status conditions. There we go. And Rotom is gonna be pain anyways. Even if you would be giving it every single status conditions you can. It's gonna be a pain to be capturing. A nice 2-in-1 massive mass outbreak, so we're getting the gates open. I'm gonna try to squeeze in one more, then we're gonna be having a break time indeed once again. I didn't mean to go to here, because I need to actually be going to here. Yeah, I can't be bothered with sticky clubs personally. I just go into a battle and throw Pokeballs, but I will say that Rotom is pain anyways. It's such a terrible catch rate. I've tried to be like capturing Rotom and it's pain, especially if it's like in an outbreak. Every single one of them is gonna be getting angry at you. That's just meanies. You'll be a legendary without being a legendary indeed. That's, I think, only my second Rotom. I don't really have too many Rotoms. But yeah, I just mostly don't do status conditions anyways. Even though I could most of the time be lowering the HP as well, I don't want to risk it. There's only very few jumps that I do it. And it's with legendaries, but they most likely will be healing it anyway, so it's not like it's gonna be doing that much. Okay, I'm gonna be checking this map and then we're indeed gonna be having a break-in indeed. I just hate when in this game there is the crew like the thing, so like it gets the boost for something. It's just like the message and the sound effects play so many times. But it is what it is. It's a different time of battles. But yeah, I mostly try to be getting things without going to battle with them. But as I said, I don't bother with sticky globes. Or any of sorts. I usually just fly far away from them and try again. But with Rotom it's impossible to be doing it. Especially if in that place where there is no place to be hiding. If there would be a place to be hiding, then yes. Fair enough. Let's get out of here then. Ads in indeed soon. Yeah. And it's empty. It is nice. Love to see that indeed. Yeah. It's nice indeed. I mostly don't bother with putting Pokemons to level 100, but I can see the appeal of it indeed. I mean, understandable, but there is a reason why it doesn't have any pupils. It's like it has been taken over. Let's get going then. So many alpha ghost types. It's not even October. Also, I like how people are complaining that they are only now getting like ads and stuff for Halloween. I have been getting them like for weeks now, which is stupid. Yeah, I've been getting them for weeks already. It's what it is. I don't really care to be seeing them, but to be fair, I don't really care to be seeing any kinds of ads that are attached to any season thingamathings indeed. So what I do in them is just that I'm just staying home, most likely. Doing my usual things. Still, nope. But yeah, I do be doing preparations for my hunts if I know or I suspect that, you know, Pokemons are having no moves. Either that they are gonna be destroying themselves or they are teleporting away. But in like Legends Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, I don't really care that much because I can be just saving in front of them. Or in Legends Arceus case, I can be just saving in the map. I find I've roasting enter it indeed. Even though I sometimes forget it. But yeah. I do be indeed. Thankfully most Pokemons don't have them. Thankfully indeed. In like more modern games usually it is that they have no moves when they are higher in levels. It is what it usually happens indeed. Because it was quite unlikely to be getting Pokemons in that high levels in older games. It was possible, but it was quite rare. You know, like in Victory Roads. They're so underleveled compared to the Elite Four. It's insane. And most of the time that was the highest level like area. But I have always hated it though in older games that like you're so ridiculously underleveled if you're like going with the wild Pokemons nearby. If you want to be using like wild Pokemons from nearby, it's just ridiculously underlevel. And it's not too fun to be grinding. I don't know, things get better over time indeed. Yes, they do be getting better indeed. Hello. Oh, I don't have proof yet. I'm gonna catch it. I still will say that the models for the starters look so nice in Pokemon Go. I will say that Sobbol's hitbox is surprisingly big considering how small it is, and Crookie's is a lot smaller. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Anyways, let's continue then. I think I've now got almost every single new Pokemon. Creepy is the only one that I'm missing, but I'm not really expecting to be finding it too easily. I was surprised that like few days ago I was able to be fighting Frixibags in the wild. And it was like kind of crazy, like I was like, oh cool. I don't really need it, but I mean it's cool nonetheless. I mean it's not like Pokemon Go does make things less rare over time or anything like that. Some they keep rare, but most of the time they do be making things at first to be rare, then they make it a little bit more accessible. Which is, you know, fair enough. I don't mind it. I can understand how it can be frustrating for a player that would like to be getting a completed Pokédex. Or be having a completed Pokédex all the time in Pokemon Go, but they don't have the time to be doing so, but I don't care. I'll be getting the Pokédex done. If I will be getting the Pokédex done. It do be kind of hard to be, you know, be getting some of the Pokemons. Because unfortunately for some of them you kind of need to be traveling and sometimes into very specific locations as well. But it is what it is. Sometimes, you know, they are available everywhere, which is nice. So if you want to be catching them, you can. You can indeed. I thought that was for a second like they are angry at me. That little icon showing up there, but I guess there wasn't. It just for a like second looked like that. Better that way I can immediately be heading home and then get back out. Very heavy on the top of the map, then loosens it out a little bit. Nice, good race there this time around indeed. You love to see it, even when there is a massive mass outbreak. Oh yeah, in 6 more Gudra checks we're gonna be hitting 1k overroads indeed. Not a second gibble yet. Those. Very much of a hippo day indeed. There's only on the first place there, okay. So not after that, so I can be most likely be quickly checking them from where the guide is. Don't see any green ears there, or lighter color anyways. This time there isn't even a cleffa that could be making things a little bit harder to be sure about. Cheer. Nice. No yellow one. Galaxios indeed. Oh, that's a red Duskull though. I like that it can be making this sound even though it's disappeared. It is strange, but it surely is there. I don't remember, did I get a Duskull or did I just get 2 Dusclops? Remember which way it did go. I know that I have 2 Dusclops, but don't remember did I get after that a Duskull or not, but a nice find nonetheless. I would like to be finding a Dusk Noir though, I really like that shiny. I know it's not too much liked by people, but I like it. Stop being mean. They are guarding the shiny. That was just barely. Could you please be captured? I know that I'm wasting my time trying to be catching it in a Pokeball, but I like to be catching it in a Pokeball. Doesn't make any kind of difference, but I still want to be capturing it anyways. How was that over? So where are you gonna be? Oh, you are still mad at me? Wow. Rude. Now I need to be waiting until it gets back to the spot there, or at least a little bit closer. Or did you get stuck there? And if I can be getting a backstrike, I wouldn't mind it, but I guess you're getting in. Could be trying to wait until I can be... It really is looking at me. That I'd be getting a backstrike. There we go. Nice. There's not really reason to be going there, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna be going to here then. Alright. Seems like the gates have been opened then, and today seems to be the day of complete opposite of last time. Massive mass outbreaks are today's thing indeed. Maybe like the next time that I'm doing them this indeed, then it's gonna be nice mix in between the two, both massive mass outbreaks and random encounter ones indeed. No, goodbye. Time to check rest of them then indeed. After, of course, the pink pad. Ah, no pink. Why did I go there? I mean, I could, I suppose, be going from there, but it's too much of a waste. Thankfully, it doesn't take too long to be re-teleporting. Nope. For dart tricks. I should be having just about enough time to be checking every single one of these, though, even though the rain is about to be clearing up. I mean, I suppose if a shiny doesn't appear in the middle of going there, but if it's a random one, I can be letting it be waiting, of course. I don't need to be getting it straight away. Let's see. Hello, Sneasler. There's been quite a good amount of times today that there's been a Sneasler among the Sneasels. It's quite nice. Giving me more chances to be getting straight away a shiny Sneasler. What to see it indeed. Smooth. It do be yet another ghost. Yeah, I do have 2 Dusclops, but I'm gonna be checking it out, of course. Oh, there is another Duskull, so I have gotten a Duskull already. Okay, it's another Duskull then. Nice. There we go. Nothing here this time. But I suppose we're getting quite close to the choke that I did say that we will be getting 5 shinies from one massive mass outbreak, but it's now from like, of course, more than one, but it's still a possibility that there's gonna be a massive mass outbreak that I get 5 of them. It could be just a normal map check that I could be finding 5 shinies. Highly unlikely, yeah, but possible nonetheless. Do not be impossible indeed. Should be having enough time to be checking out these. Might be turning the daytime before I can be getting to the stand for a ball spot, and it would be meaning that I can be checking out the Standler 100%. Otherwise it's not really a 50-50, but there's 3 Pokemons that can be there. But technically 50-50 in a way that it's either there or it's not. Everything is 50-50. Either it is the case or it's not. There we go. See that Kibble. How is it feeling like? Maybe an alpha? Ah. Nothing too special indeed. And you're not unfortunately pink. There we go. Out of here and back in. I wish there would be a way to be automating it, you know, going back in, out and in. I mean, it's not like it's that many button presses or anything, but it would be nice. But then again, you know. Feel like the hunt is for me more worth it if I'm doing the work myself. But like going back in and out from the village, then that I wouldn't mind to be. If there would be an automatic way in the game to be doing it. Because it would have been so nice if there would have been a button that, you know, instead of there being 2 buttons that do the exact same that you're staying in, that there would have been a button that go in and out. Like, imagine how crazy that would be. Just in and out like that indeed. Go slowly this time around. Nothing. Nope. Thing there, indeed. Let's see. An Electabuzz one. I've already gotten one, but I suppose doesn't hurt to be getting another. I don't know what I'd be doing with another one of them, but I suppose it's not hurting. Any orange? I don't think that there was any orange there. Oh boy. Wait a second. Okay, let's continue then. There we go. I would honestly say that I forgot how yellow Shiny Miss Mages is. I was all like thinking it was more green. I don't know, getting one reminded me how yellow it is. It's not like I don't mind it still. I know it's another one of those shinies that people absolutely like to hate on. I mean, it's not the prettiest, I suppose, but I mean, not every shiny is. Mistress is pretty though. I really like all the pearls and everything that it gets. What color they are. Love it. To the bits indeed. There we go. No one that good as well. Unfortunately. Hello. It's standing there. I do bitch just standing there indeed. There we go. Let's get out of here. Since there was nothing of interest there indeed. Hello, good up, Rum. I wouldn't mind to be checking you out, but unfortunately I do BBC. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, indeed. As I said, that if I do be getting a good at a time that I feel like playing a game still a ton that day, then I will be indeed be doing like outbreaks and stuff. There we go. What do you? We'll see. If it happens ever. Still planning that to be getting this before Legends EA is out, but we'll have to wait and see. We have to wait and see indeed. There we go. I like that I heard only half of the cry for that bronze ore. It just kind of... silly game of silliness. Silly game of silliness indeed. Nope. Let's get out of here. Village indeed. Massive mass outbreak. It's a very sparse one and also rude. Decide to be still be mean and replace Gudra. How dare you? I'm pressing B game. Let's get to here. So both of these spots up here are one. I would like to check out that still. Alpha Geo, dude. Who is in here then? I'm surprised that none of them did see me, by the way. Oh, stunky. Also, I need to be going to sleep as well because I guess it's a little too much into the daytime. So this is like ridiculously sparse actually. Not too big. Not the biggest fan of this massive mass outbreak at all. Even if I would be doing massive mass outbreaks, I wouldn't be too big of a fan of this massive mass outbreak. It's so all over the place, but still like nowhere. It's so sparse. At least it's giving me a bunch of like alpha spots, but I mean it's not giving me the alpha spot I want. And it's not like I care that much about too many of the alphas anyways. There we go, let's sleep. The game is holding on to giving me the check number 3408, which would be meaning that either it's 1k over odds or I get it at that number. Here we go. I'm gonna just go in here this time around, not even looking at the map, I don't really care. Another cleffa. So, watching where the last one was that I didn't see. Nope. Nope. For that one. Still wouldn't be minding to be getting more sneasels though. I haven't gotten too many of them. I mean, as I said, you don't really see too many of them in here or in any map to be fair, but I wouldn't mind to be getting them. And as I said, just randomly a sneasler in a mass outbreak of them would be absolutely lovely. Nice indeed. Nope. No green badge there. And no blue duck. Nice. Nice indeed. But yep. I do be appreciating you sticking around as usual indeed, but if you need to take breaks indeed. Get something to eat, something to drink if it is necessary. Go for a little bit of a walk. Stretch about or something like that. Indeed. Remember to indeed be taking breaks from things. Because for most things, I feel like you should be able to be taking breaks without it causing an issue. At least it's the case in here. Because, you know, workplaces and schools, they do be specifically having breaks for that reason. Here we go. Let's see, I don't think that there is anything that would be replacing Gudra this time around if there isn't all of a sudden Deoxys appearing out of nowhere. Or something like that. You know, that cool glitch that definitely is in the games. Honestly, it would be kind of cool that even if you can't be capturing mythicals, they would be still there. You know, every once in a while it would be kind of cool to just be seeing, like... Indeed, like, mythicals just, like, flying about or something like that. Kind of like, you know, in the anime, sometimes it's the case. There we go. Let's get out of here. I don't know, probably the next big goal is to be hitting 300 hours. That's the next biggest goal, but that's quite far away indeed. Could be checking out, like, about how much. Yeah. I'm gonna be landing into 517 hours, basically. But yeah, it is still quite far away to be hitting there, but... I suppose that's most likely the next big goal. Because encounter-wise, the next big goal is to be hitting the base odds. Which is, of course, 4,096. But I feel like we will be hitting 300 hours indeed for that point. If we of course be getting there, but gonna be taking a while indeed. I would like to say that that should be possible by the end of the year though, especially if I will be doing at some point like a special week. Because I'm still not too sure do I want to be doing it yet or not. As I said, it'll be a little bit more clearer once I do be knowing a little bit more, or once we do be knowing a little bit more about Legends EA and when it's gonna be released. But yeah, I'm not gonna be doing any like special hunts specifically for Legends EA to be like having megas and whatever my things. I've talked about it before. I don't really see a reason, because it just would for me be limiting options to be hunting in that game. Because if I've already hunted that for that game, then what do I have to be like? I don't have that dude to be hunting for. And I would rather be having that option. Indeed. I mean, as I said, I'm fine with, you know, hunting things more than once indeed. I don't mind it. Not everything will be hunted twice, but some of them are okay. There's no wrong doing that indeed. Because there's a bunch of people that like to be doing generational quests for things. Either it's Gen 1 Pokemon that they hunt from Gen 2 onwards, or they do it on Gen 1 with a few glitches. If it's not the one that you can be getting, like, guaranteed there anyways. And then there is the, like, it's just a thing that once it is available, then, you know, from that point onwards, be getting it in every game. It is kind of tempting for me to be, like, doing, like, kind of a hunt for a Pokemon that I would be hunting in each of the methods if it's possible. And if I would like to, of course. I have heard few people doing that, but I haven't heard too many people doing that, but it's an interesting one. Hunting it in every possible way that you want to, indeed. But then again, it do be what it do be, but we'll see. Maybe one day I'll be, in quotes, stupid enough to be doing it. But then again, I do be like to be doing stupid long hunts. That do be taking a while. Even though there might be another way to be hunting it. But that's the fun of it. I feel like if I would really like to be getting, by the way, a shiny living dex, I could do it quite quickly because I have quite a good amount of the games and most of the Pokemons are available on Switch and are huntable. It's very few that are missing, so if I would, I could quite easily be doing it, but then again... Eggs are kind of the easiest way to be getting most things indeed, but yeah, it's kind of a... But I feel like Let's Go Pikachu slash Eevee is a game that I would like to be at least be doing it indeed. I don't know if I will be doing it again like alone or will I be doing it on stream. I will say that if I do it on stream, I most likely will be doing like better odds wise. I'll be maybe getting a shiny charm. And, you know, get a catch combo. I don't know if I will be keeping the catch combo or not. That is a little bit out of the question indeed. Because I could, but it's just like a bunch of money. I'm probably still in that Let's Go Eevee file, by the way, right next to... I'm probably there still right next to Articuno, a hunt that I have started so long time ago. And I will be doing, like, it's like a thing, like, Let's Go there is at least like one kind of hunt that I want to be doing. Even though it will be taking absolutely ages, I don't care. It's that I want to be getting each of the legendary birds when they are flying and shiny. It's gonna be taking forever, but I don't care. It's a cool thing. It's a little bit stupid as well, but hey. Not too many are hunting for them. Because why would they? But it is definitely a possibility. Hello, Alpha Parasect. Let's see. Nice and empty. Oh, hello. Alpha Ghastly once again with those very red eyes. Hello, good drum. I'm surprised that I didn't hear any of them to be attacking me, considering that I was just like kind of chill and walk there. But anyways, I'll take those. Interesting indeed. So seem like too many green bats there. Doesn't seem like that indeed. Okay, I'm gonna try to be doing 2 more before the break kicks in indeed, but we'll see, of course, if it is possible or not. It very well could be the case that will be taking too long. Those Hippowdons, I'm not too big of a fan of the placement still, because I hate that they are so close to a certain someone that can be standing there. Now, why can't we as the player character be like, just like, we don't care and be just so close to them? Honestly. And how, like, mean is it that they are not getting destroyed, but I am? Wait a second. Continue, then indeed. He found on him. If it is shiny, please be the female one. At least there was a female one there, because I was about to say that there is not even a single female one, really. That's very rude of you. I was like specifically standing there seeing if it wants to be attacking me or not, but this time it decided that no. No attacking. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have a time for another one, so I'll be going to the village from here. I might be checking out if there is an empty one, so I can try to be getting a space-time distortion, though. You know, I'd just be sleeping until it's evening, and that fixes it indeed. There we go. I could go there, actually. I'm gonna go there and... sleep until evening, so it's still nighttime, so I get the best possible chance for a space-time distortion. I would be needing to be lucky enough to be getting it in the first 5 minutes, and it's quite unlikely, I'll say that much. Quite unlikely indeed. Very nice if it happens, but it adds in soon, so we'll be continuing as usual after that. Anyways. Eat 'em. Mm. Technically having better chances because it stopped raining, but we'll see. Also, we'll be getting going soon as well. Doing that indeed. I wonder how many things I have, by the way, in Pokemon Go in the things that I have collected, but I have not collected in the Pokemon tab. The research indeed. Let's get going then indeed. And just because I want there to be more chance of a mass assignment for the space-time distortion, I'm not gonna be flying because it will be getting rid of it in quite likely indeed, so I'll be checking out some extra alphas this time around. It just, would be nice. I'll be double checking. Oh, I mean, kind of good thing that I did do a detour for a space-time distortion. Nice. I got an iron chunk. But I don't mind it indeed to be doing detours. Nice to be seeing old friends. First random one today, I think. So that's certainly something. But yeah, indeed I'm gonna be double checking at the, before I enter the cave for Crowbat, see if there is one appearing or not. If there is, then, I'll be not going to the cave, but if there is, then, If there is, I'm not gonna be going to the cave. If there isn't, then... Then indeed, we'll see. And continue on as usual. So I meant to be checking one thing over the break and I forgot to check it. So I'm gonna check it now then. I was a little bit busy. Busy today. Not normally this busy while hunting. I'd like to be just concentrating on the hunting and I forgot to check, but I didn't see the message, so I believe that there wasn't. Because only at the very end there could be even a chance for one to be appearing. I just got too much in the autopilot, They're just doing things, not thinking about them, but there is the nose pass. Number 6, I think? Or is it only number 5? I don't remember. It's so sparse. There was Miss Mages, there was... People and Rodom. There was Duskull. Yeah, I think that's it. And then there's now a Nose Pass, of course. Yeah. Number 5. Almost a full G. But it wasn't the case that today is just in the massive mass outbreaks indeed. Yeah, before we continue, I'm gonna be checking that thing real quickly. Shouldn't be taking too long indeed. And it was that I was quite sure that I didn't add to the counter, and I was right indeed. I didn't, but now I am adding it indeed. As I said, I don't really keep that good track of if I miss encounters, or if I miss adding encounters, I miss adding encounters, I don't care. As I like to say, there is always a little bit of human error that needs to be on my things. I don't want to be perfect every single time. Ooh, fog. Spooky. Also, if I could, in the case that this goes on, like, for this whole month and then some, you know, the next month. If I could, I would 100% be forcing this game to be having fog all the time. For, you know, Halloween. Which, by the way, I will be still using the probably the same-ish layout as I did last year, so... This month is still the usual look, then next month is gonna be orange. Maybe a cat will be getting a costume as well, that I most definitely will be drawing, because... Not gonna be bothered to be spending money on clothes for the cat, and you know... Do that. I don't like that. I know that some pets like to be dressed, but I just... I don't like to be doing it. Like, if the pet enjoys it, then the pet enjoys it, but I just don't know. It's a waste of money, indeed. No pink Heracross, but an alpha one instead. Oh, Teddy Ursa. It's a little bit out of the way, but it could be worse, I suppose. Oh, actually, it's not that bad. I can be doing that, yeah. Because I forgot that, like... Oh, wrong. That once I, you know, to be getting out of the Crowbat Cave, I can just easily be going into the mountain camp and then, like, check it, get back into the camp and get out. The sounds disappeared once again. And they don't disappear, but they do, like, going very quiet. The summit camp? It should be still night enough. Yeah. And if I'm too afraid that I see that it is shiny, I just quickly teleport and, you know, or I could be resetting the game, I suppose. Doing that as well, indeed. Nope. Still no for good rum. Yeah, indeed I'm gonna be going ahead and checking out Crobat, then I'll be getting back at those teddy ursos. If I don't get too much into the muscle memory, that is. But I have few teddy ursos anyways. I don't know how many exactly during this, but I at least have one during this. I'm pretty sure I have two. Or is it Eurosaring that I have a bunch of? I don't know. Anyways. 200 camp we go. So I need to be stretching my legs. Nope. Wrong one. Let's get out of here. Oh. Oh, Luxray. Back to back outbreaks, I see. No, the massive kinds, but mass kinds indeed. Speaking. Anyways. Let's check things out then. How about this? Big Luxray be shiny before a mass outbreak one is. But will this be like the third time or something like that that I forget to be checking out the Luxray outbreak? It's the problem is that it's in the place that it is. Like once I get to that camp, I'm just so used to indeed just muscle memory kicks in. I'm so used to be getting out. It's just I forget. But it's not that big of a deal indeed. As I said, I'm not too lucky with mass outbreaks, even though they are the highest odds. Like base odds anyways, if you don't have like any sort of research or anything, they are the highest odds that you can be getting. So, I'm just unlucky with them. I don't really care. I like massive mass outbreaks anyways a little bit better. I feel like it's quite often the case though. Do you like them indeed? So I don't know why that orange did stick out so much that time. Like I was like questioning life, like why is the Krogans like accent colors indeed orange, but it is a thing though that it is fair enough to be confused about because they have been both like orange and pink or like reddish anyways. I don't really care honestly which one it is, but it is kind of strange that they did decide to change it up. Can't be fitting through there. Let's get out of here. There we go. It's so strange, honestly, that indeed, because I did get another Sobble. Why is Sobble's like hitbox so big compared to Crookie, and they are about the same size? Both of them are quite small. Why is Sobble's like circle in Pokemon Go so much bigger? Because it is usually like about the like how far it is and like how big the Pokemon is, the hitbox. It's so anyways. Let's move on. Is there another elf? Hello. It is another alpha Magikarp. One day one of them will be shiny. I will be having a shiny alpha Magikarp. The most powerful doing nothing Pokemon. Now don't you want the most powerful doing nothing Pokemon indeed? There we go. There we go. Let's get out of here. Oh, in every place there is something interesting. There's a Bidoof. There's Roselia, and I think there was Tankro or Tangela, one of the two. I already forgot it. To be fair, I wasn't really paying too close attention, but still. There's a Pokemon most likely in that map. I would be quite surprised if there wouldn't be a Pokemon in that map, you know? Imagine Pokemons. How cool it would be. If in this game there would be Pokemon. Let's see, do we get another Clefable in this one? Because I'll be going through there. I'm always waiting for that to actually be going on. That, you know, the times that I'm going back to be checking either accidentally or in purpose of the alphas that I already gotten. That, what if? What if indeed? Unfortunately, no Roselia. Sad. Be always funny to be finding it, like, when there's a mass outbreak for something, it's always funny to be finding a random one instead. As happened a few times. As indeed, bottom. It doesn't make it less hilarious every single time, though. And there is, you know, higher odds to be getting it, but yeah, I get it in the lower or higher odds. Well, I mean, I guess in that case, it's lower odds. It's higher odds of getting a shiny. And I get it in lower odds instead. It's a weird thing because you can be using it technically either way. I hate those situations where, you know, you can be saying like both the way, like two different ways, but the meaning of them are like opposite of each other. But, you know, both of them are correct. And it's like, it's super confusing at times. But you know, it do be what it do be, of course. See, we'll see. We'll see, indeed. Also, if this keeps going on, I'll be hitting, like, in the next hour, I'll be hitting the 70, so maybe I'll go to 80. Depends on, of course, how massive mass outbreaks decides to be there. But maybe that's gonna be a thing. It's not that far away, to be fair. You're going around like 6 hours indeed. It is indeed technically possible to be hitting 100 checks in a day, but will require most like 8 hours, and I don't think that I'm really in the mood too many times to be doing that. I could, but it's... And it's not like I usually get bored of hunting or anything, it's just, you know, being hungry. That's the bigger issue indeed. Indeed. So usually I can be doing 6 hours easily. Usually like 5 hour, 4 hour mark, maybe I'll be getting hungry. 6 hours is pretty good, and then, you know, eating afterwards. Indeed. Doesn't really seem like it. That dude is pink there. Doesn't seem like it indeed. There we go. Let's sleep. So I can be seeing that nice ghost dude indeed that is a current Delphi and all the other million ghosts that are definitely gonna be there, even though I'm currently having very low amount of ghosts. Also nice Alphaluxio there. Yeah. I mean, well, some nights maybe ghosts are too scared to be going out. What if a ghost is afraid of ghosts? So will it be afraid of itself? Or what? It's kind of a situation like how I find it so interesting that like a cat can be allergic to cats. It sounds super strange, but you know, of course it makes sense. But it's just so interesting that why is it the case, indeed? Why can't a cat be allergic to a cat? Like, it's so, like, it's interesting to be, like... How there can be so many allergies to things that are so common. You know? It's certainly something. For example, like one thing that I know that it's an absolute pain to be allergic to, and it's like dust. I know a few people that are allergic to dust, and I have heard that it's an absolute pain to try to be living with that. Like it's a pain to be seeing an electric outbreak when you don't want to. But yeah. Because, I don't know. Yeah. It's one of those things that it's like super hard to be getting rid of it. But I suppose like it's as it is with like any kind of allergy. If you have lived with it your entire life, you know how to live with it. Yes, you know. You just learn to live with it. You know, some allergies are easier than others, of course, like to be avoiding whatever makes the allergic reaction and everything. If it's food-based, it's quite easy to be just asking, does it have this? And then, you know, be sure that it doesn't have it. Oh, speaking of that, speaking of food and allergies, even though, I don't know, still about red onions for me, but I did eat like a salmon bagel or something like that, like last night, and like about half of it, like feeling wise, was red onions. I did get rid of most of it, but it was still like, why? Why so much? And also not too long time ago I did have like another thing that did have red onions. They were pickled and like it just smelled so bad. It was like so vinegary, like the smell of them. It like almost was burning, like even just the smell. I mean, I did get rid of them, but it was like, jeez. Well, you do be what it do be indeed. Bankroth? How are you doing? If you only would be available in here, I could be encountering you indeed. But that's unfortunately a little bit too much to be asking for, I feel like. Oh, hello. I didn't know that Sudowoodo would be there. I didn't get another shiny Alpha Rhyperior from a massive mass outbreak yet. Not yet. Maybe other time. Maybe the next time will be it. It would be hilarious, but I don't need him. They do be having a gender difference though, so you know, for that I wouldn't be minding actually to be getting it, but it doesn't need to be there indeed. It really doesn't. Didn't get another dust skull. You know, honestly, with most things I'm fine with duplicates whenever it comes down to any hunts, but I would just rather not to be getting, most of the time at least, the same, like, Pokemon twice in a day. It depends though, like in mass outbreaks I would be hoping that I wouldn't be getting twice from like mass outbreaks indeed, like a Geodude. But if I would be getting a Geodude both from a mass outbreak, or mass outbreak, whatever my thing, and then like randomly, then I wouldn't be minding it as much. But yeah. We'll see indeed. Another Clefairy. Another Clefairy one indeed. Nice. I wouldn't mind to be getting another one of those. Wouldn't mind it indeed. There's those indeed. And then we do be out of here. There was a bunch of Dusclops there. I mean, I wouldn't be minding if it would have been a Dusclops one instead, honestly. Wouldn't be too bad. I wonder how possible would it be to be getting a massive mass outbreak that would be only one evolutionary line. Because there is the cases that there is very few of them. So it is possible, because I'm pretty sure that there is a certain like a limit how many times the Pokemon can be in a massive mass outbreak. Because usually the max that I see the same Pokemon, like let's say Gigabyte, is 3. That's usually the max amount that I see of the same Pokemon. Could be interesting if would be seeing one. Alpha Voltorb, let's go. Let's go indeed. Very nice, very good. Nope. It would be a stretch, but technically a possibility to be hitting 70 before the hour is up. AKA the next break hits in. It is possible, it's a little bit of a stretch indeed. So I don't know if it will be, but would be kind of cool if it did. But I think that if the things keep going on like that, it's quite close indeed. Probably gonna be getting July 67, I would like to say. That would be the guess that I would be going with indeed. And of course, there's straight away a massive mass outbreak that do be taking quite a nice chunk indeed. No. Oh, now that one of them did see me, like once I was quite far away already. Oh, silly game. Did it go too much down? But anyways. It's fine, there's a nice ledge there anyways. There. Huh? Oh, it's there! Jeez, is it tiny? It's so sure. It's so tiny. That's perfectly plugged by the other one, indeed. Love it. It's perfectly hiding. This small little nose pass, it's hiding there. From all the dangers of the world. I was like questioning why is there only 3 Pokemons there, but there was 4 indeed. Silly. Love it indeed. No. I was like making sure that I did look like a nice little look at those eyes of the eyes of the male ones indeed. Indeed. Hello, Gudra. Also an alpha Sligo. Nice. There is okay, nothing there, so from here I can just go into the cave then. So I'll do that indeed. Three. Ghastly. Honestly, why? It's surely not the furthest Ghastly that I've seen today, right? Like there has to already be a few, right? nice sparkling box. Gonna be avoiding it though. Another alpha pseudo. Interesting. Another one of those guys. I might be guaranteeing myself a Standler check. Which is nice. I feel like if Standler wouldn't be like green, which I don't mind it as it's shiny, I feel like Standler most likely would have been like lighter brown. But I like the, you know, as I said, I really like quite a good about it, like the radioactive green shinies. But yeah, I don't mind it indeed. Yeah, I was about to say it's probably gonna be seeing me. Yep. Thank you for letting me getting out of there, indeed. Yeah, jeez. I guess it's a good thing that I'm gonna be getting rest for my voice because it again seems to be gone. It's not gone, but it's going to be gone. Yeah, some days you have more voice than others. Some days it is the case indeed. Here we go, let's check out these nice alphas then indeed. See what they have to say. Apart from very loud noises. Very loud noises indeed. Nope. I still am questioning why I haven't noticed the Gibble thing before. It could be a visual like glitch or anything, but it is what it is, I suppose. Okay. Thanks, game. I don't know, as much as I like, you know, multiple different ride Pokemons, I would absolutely love to be getting like a nice, smooth transition between whatever method you want to be going with, you know. Oh. I'm gonna do like again like one or two more, then we're gonna be getting into an outbreak. We'll be getting to the outbreak like this one, but we'll be getting into another break. I mean, both have the word break in them, I suppose. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, one or two more of these indeed, and then break time indeed. Thankfully, Sligu shouldn't be too hard to be catching, even if I would be getting one. It is unfortunately a little bit out of the way. And also it is kind of disappointing because I'll be getting one away from hitting indeed. Most likely one away from hitting the 70 bottom. I can live with it. But then again, maybe there is a mass outbreak that will be destroying that as well. Let's see then. Another shiny Sliggoo. Potential is there. It's a mass outbreak, high chance. There's 4 of them. And none of them are shiny. And not even a single Sliggoo up there. They all did roll down. Down there indeed. That's what I like to be thinking, that both the Goomies and Sliggoos, they're just strolling off the mountain. And are now stuck there because they can't be climbing that well. At least I'm assuming that. I mean, at least Goomy would be having that thing going for it, that I feel like it could be nicely sticking to the wall. You know, being slimy. But like, since Sliggoo is kind of hiding in the shell a bunch, then I feel like that would be struggling. That dude would be struggling a little bit more with that indeed. Well, I think I still have just about enough time to be checking this one, so we'll see. Doesn't seem like that bad of a map to be checking. If I will be getting a bunch of shinies, then it makes it a little bit more possible as usual, but I don't really care if I will be missing out on checks on the mass outbreaks. Still, as I said, I'll be checking first 4 of them anyways. Just in case there is a shiny there. This time there wasn't a nose pass that was hiding. Nice. Let's see, sparkling green kind there. There we go. Just gonna double check. I don't know why. Yeah. Nope. There we go. I like kids. Why? I think we can mostly be checking this out indeed. If not even fully. There is one there, so I might as well be turning that way. There isn't one there, so I can be skipping out on those, which I will this time. I just would like to be able to be checking this entire place before the next break hits in indeed. Plus, you know, can be seeing those sneasels. Those very nice sneasels. That's kind of annoying. No. I'm gonna go from, like, this side. I'll be going over that to be checking the Carnivine spot indeed. Be getting, like, nicely just enough height indeed. I don't think that there was any shine. I would like to be seeing all 4 of them at once. There goes the ghost, so they don't like to be doing so. So I'm trusting myself that there wasn't anything, and I should be able to hear them even though they are like hiding underground if they're a sparkling kind. I mean, that happened with the first Duskull today. So I'm assuming that it happens with this one as well then. No pink. Gonna check out rest of these and then indeed we'll be having a break. Where's the last one? There. It's hiding behind the bubble there. Couldn't be seeing it. Nope. Nothing there indeed. No, Ghastly. Let's get out of here indeed. And wait in the village. But yeah, I think 80 is indeed doable. Like, worst case scenario is gonna be taking an hour. Most likely a little bit less indeed. I'm gonna be checking out this dude over here, see what you have to sell. Okay. A bean cake head, a raspberry head, and unwieldy armor. Unfortunately, not too interested in those. I'll be going ahead and sleeping in here this time. Just because why not? It doesn't really make a difference. And definitely I read a battle indeed. Let's get going. The summit camp that is nice and empty indeed. Save. But yep, I'm indeed most likely tomorrow gonna be having an off day indeed, as Wednesdays are usual off days for me indeed, plus Sundays, but of course, you know, I'll be having off days whenever they seem to be fitting, if necessary indeed, and, you know, switch things around if plans change indeed. But yeah, we'll see. And then indeed on Thursday, most likely we're gonna be continuing the Galarian Mask and the hunt for the dude who is known to be a question. Because it's a something on Brooklet Hill indeed. Don't know what, but something when it's shiny, it's the one that I'm going with. Why are you seeing me still? Thank you. That dude did not want to be giving up on me. Jeez. Will I be able to be getting one more shiny today? To be getting an entire team of shinies? I mean, as I said, today has been very heavy on massive mass outbreaks, so not that surprising, but kind of a little bit. But you know, sometimes it is the case that, you know, I'm not just in the right areas because, you know, I don't check every single one. And I feel like if you're going for something specific in Legends Arceus, you should be just kind of going just in the way that you will be able to encounter either a bunch of the ones that you want or only the ones that you want. Because otherwise it can be taking quite some time and you can be ending up with so ridiculous amount of phases. Because like I completely understand that if you are just like in the case that, you know, I would be only having Gudra left, I might be just then at that point just be skipping out on massive mass outbreaks as well. I don't know yet, we see if we cross that bridge, I suppose. But it's potential, but definitely gonna be speeding things up if you're just gonna be going for the target and then leave. I mean, of course, there is always the way that if you want to, you can be soft resetting if you have a massive mass outbreak for almost everything. There's only very few exceptions that you can be hunting for. And one of them being the Alpha Rapidash. Because it disappears if it's raining. It's one of the only ones that you can't be hunting for. And if you want to, I recommend doing that. It's one of the, in quotes, easiest ways to be getting a shiny alpha in this game. But it's not for everyone. I don't like that, so I'm not doing that. I could, but I would find it too boring. And you know, as I said before, I don't mind to be facing, and also I can be getting cool other alphas on the way there as well. Maybe not as a plan to be getting every single one of them, but it happens like that. I'm fine with it. Let's check out who there is this time to be replacing Gudra. Hold on! It's a Waldorf. So I can be checking every single one of these up here. I don't need to be going ahead and doing something on the bottom of the map. Nice. But yeah, I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. Like I did. There is the number 6 and I haven't gotten one of you guys in ages. You little bronzor. I haven't gotten one of you guys in ages, indeed. I love that. Yeah, but indeed, do remember, if you need to take breaks, indeed. Don't push yourself too hard, indeed. Where is the number 6 indeed? Get out of here then, indeed. I'm gonna check or were you one of the ones that was almost immediately hitting the edge? No, it's 8, so this one is number 9. The other ones I'm quite certain that aren't that high, but I'm gonna be checking them anyways later. Gonna be checking them later indeed. See how they go. So 2 more and that box is full if I have counted correctly. Yep. So if I find those 2 more today, then you know we will be starting maybe next time with a completely empty box. Pasture or whatever mething. Every single one of those is shiny. Cool. Definitely not because I have so many shinies there compared to normal ones. I got completely empty one this time around. Nothing nowhere. Maybe a few Pokemons here and there, but no like outbreaks and stuff. Nice. It has been ages. I'm gonna double check, but I feel like it has been ages. Or am I just always saying that it has been ages since a Bronzor? I mean, it was like over a box ago. But that Sneasel was like... where is it? Sneasel? That Sneasel definitely was a long time ago because like the first one was... in here. It's the first box. Of faces indeed, buddy. Nice. Very nice indeed. It hasn't been that long, but it has been quite long anyways. Very, very nice. Still, I wouldn't mind to be getting an Alpha Shiny Nosepass because it's so big. It's kind of ridiculous. Here we go. Oh, hello. Let's see your pink tongue there. Through your red glowing eyes. It would be quite nice if I could be getting rest of the encounters today without getting a single massive mass outbreak. I don't mind them, of course, but would be quite nice. But yeah, I still feel like half an hour or a little bit extra is definitely enough indeed to be getting them done. Around 6 hours as usual indeed for me. Get out of here. Oh, problem solving things. Interesting. I will say though that if it appears before I hit 75, I get bunch of the massive mass outbreaks, I might consider leaving it there. Indeed. But it's unlikely. It will be meeting like 5 in a row that replaces Kudra. And you know, it is highly unlikely. Has it been a case? Maybe. But, you know, it's still highly unlikely. There we go. I feel like I've talked about this before, but I really like that nowadays it is super easy to be getting ready to make like maybe just that water situation or heat up like portion size things for like even what are usually like large meals. Because it's so nice because then you know you don't need to be getting like a huge you don't need to be getting like a huge package or you know do a bunch of things because even though most things like taste okay reheated, some things don't. Not everything works reheated. So yeah. Because we did buy indeed porridge like that. It is like surprisingly big thing in here that there is ready made. Just indeed like you could be a little like camping somewhere and you can be just boiling water and add it there. Then you can be doing that indeed. So that's nice. Very nice indeed. Like surely like there is like you can be making it out of like if you would be buying a big box of like porridge. You know, that thing that is used for porridge that I'm not remembering the name for, but anyways. You could be just buying that and, you know, make it in the microwave, you know, add water, add the set amount of, you know, porridge in quotes itself, and then, you know, you have porridge afterwards. Which is very nice. But of course, like, it's a little bit better. I haven't eaten that much of the, like, ready-made packages that are indeed portion-sized. But they are a little bit better, of course, because they are more meant for it, because if you buy for the usual, like, porridge things, they are meant that you are doing them over a stove. It's meant to be like that indeed. Hello. Are you a porridge frog? Rude. Oh, come on, it got broken again. This is not the first, and probably not the last time that the Craveler has broken. And it is because, like, it's angry. But it's not. Like, it was angry at some point, but then, like, the game thinks that it's forever angry. Oh, come on, your eyesight is stupid. How are you seeing things so far ahead? I'm gonna try again, then I'll be getting into battle if this doesn't work. Stop getting closer! Oh, come on! That doesn't count! Leave me alone. Yeah, I can't be bothered with you. I hate that it gets broken. Like, it's just this, like, staying angry. It's so stupid. And I hate that they are moving so much. They're just strolling all the time. If you use self-destruct, I'm gonna go ahead and run away. And save and try again. You honestly shouldn't be this bad to be capturing. So get captured, please. I'm using an Ultra Ball. Stop doing that, I hate it. Another stealth rock? How dare you? That's not too stealthy. I'll say that much. Why? Are you being such a pain? It's not like you can be knocking me down too easily, but I mean, if it keeps going on, then yes. Really? Another piece of stealth rock. Capture, please. Thank you. Jeez. I've seen a few times be using rock slide indeed. Jeez. Not for anything about seeing how many times it uses stealth rock. I guess those I did see quite a good amount. Yeah, let's check out then. Let's check out then, Gudra, now that that is over. Forage Rog. But another random one. So one more and that pasture is full. Box, whatever mything, I don't really care, I call them both. I usually call them boxes because it's in any other game, it's box. And pasture is just... I understand it, but it's kind of stupid. Why did they need to be switching it up? I know that it's not a computer program or something like that, but I don't care. I'm surprised that that wasn't encountering Crowned, honestly. There we go, let's get out of here. Hmm. Like to be getting out of here, please. Let's move it then to the correct place indeed. Yeah, unfortunately, it means that I can't be showing everything today off, but it's not that big of a deal. And it's quite often the case anyways. Trevor might be staying out today. There's some other ones that I don't see chat often, and you know, Graveler I do be seeing quite often indeed. Let's get back there. Hello, Dharma Nancy, how are you doing? Nice. Have you been having issues with it today? That's unfortunate. I have heard that in quite a good amount of places there has been like chat issues. Like in games, in websites, in like basically everywhere. I don't know why. But it is what it is. I mean, it's working at least now. What have you been up to indeed today? Let's get out of here then. I like that the fire all of a sudden decided that it needs to be here. It's just all of a sudden decided that it's gonna be there. That's how it works. But yeah, indeed, we are getting into the last little bits indeed today. Pretty good progress indeed. 80 is pretty good. It's not like I have been going like that much longer than usual anyways. I mean, it's quite likely that I don't even go more than 6 hours. That ain't too bad. Today I've been like nice and lucky that there hasn't been that many massive mass outbreaks. Most of them did replace Kudra, but there still hasn't been that many of them. And quite a good amount of them have been empty. In like scale of them being a massive mass outbreaks. They haven't been that filled in indeed. Let's save indeed. Before I start flying, and it's a little bit harder to do so. Why did that not make like any sound? Why did the Alpha Hunter like make no sound while doing that cheese? Like, one would be thinking that there should be at least a little bit of sound there. But nope. No sounds. What are those? What are the sounds? Don't know them. I haven't noticed that I get a bunch of, like today I have been getting a bunch of like inconsistencies when it comes down to, you know, the vibration of the controllers. Specifically, the right one has been struggling. I mean, it could be that they're getting old or they have been dropped enough times, so, you know, it's not working too well, but it's interesting. I think this game is one of the only games that it really happens because not, I don't really play any other games that it would be having like, it would be happening like a lot. No? Because I don't really play anything on Switch that would be like that. I don't, you know, be playing too many, like, shooter games on Switch that usually do be doing it indeed. I don't know how I did that twice. Because I only pressed the button once. And I didn't even held it. Sure. Video game, please. Follow down with this, Alpha Hunters. There we go. That one made at least a little bit of sound. It's so quiet, though. For it being an alpha. Alphas are usually making such like noise that you hear it on the other side of the map. No, not the hunters are shy, I suppose. Hunters, they do be shy and see. I see indeed. Here we go, second the last Gudra check of the day indeed. So this seems like a very thick snowstorm indeed. Thank you for the follow. Nope. Potentially another check, of course, of the map if there is Gudra that is being replaced, because as usual I like to be getting the first and the last encounter of the day to be the target if I can. So for Gudra it is definitely possible, so going ahead and emptying out if there is a massive mass outbreak that replaces it indeed. But other than that, this might be the last check indeed. Also, might be the last chance to be getting that box to be full. Otherwise, it's probably gonna be filled next time. It's quite likely that I will be getting at least one face. And of course, as usual, alphas don't really count there. They are gonna be only there for a moment and then they're gonna be switched to their own box. Let's see. Oh, Gudra. Are you failing the regular once again? Or is it finally the time indeed? It is unfortunately a regular kind indeed. Well, we go for it most likely next Tuesday, if not then either on Monday or Wednesday if I'm on Tuesday busy. Because once a week I'll be doing this, other days I'll be doing other hunts indeed. Oh, we get a rock check as well. Potentially it could be a fake one. It's first zoomed into the Pokemon, then it's zoomed into the ground. Oh, this game. Let's see, is it empty? At least for the Gudra. It is completely empty. Nice indeed. Yeah, today was indeed quite heavy on the massive mass outbreaks. Most of them were found there indeed. Only 2 were found randomly. What? Last time was that every single one was found randomly instead, so happens indeed. Go here. Yeah, we did start off today with a massive mass outbreak Miss Magus. That is the first one, and did put it to research level 10. A massive mass outbreak Gible and Rotom from the same exact one. Massive mass outbreak Duskull. A random Nosepass. And a massive mass outbreak Bronzor. There was also a random... There was a random Graveler as well. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed most likely on Thursday with Yamask and Brooklet Hill hunts. Until then, bye!